We do have a quorum. We are now live. Jessica Reed for roll call.
Thank you. President Letitia Walker.
Present.
Vice President Shirley Baker.
Here.
Trustee Sharika Brown.
Here.
Trustee Kathy Corbin.
Here.
Trustee Felice Holder. Trustee Brenda Moore.
Present.
Trustee Gerard Morris. Student Trustee Tristan Simmons will probably join during public session.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. One request is that we decide where we'll put the flag. Just choose a corner, and that will be the corner. Agreed? It should be over here when we have a moment.
Right there.
Wherever it is, we just need to stick to it. All right. Welcome to tonight's work session. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I just want you to know we open briefly. Then your executive team will go into executive session to discuss non-public matters, and then we will reopen around 7 o'clock for public session. You can stay for the entirety of public session, okay? There was a miscommunication with you guys being outside, but you're always welcome for the opening and all of public session. All right, motion to adopt tonight's agenda. Walker. Are there any questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count now is 6. I want to welcome you again to tonight's work session. Happy New Year to everyone. I hope that it was wonderful and prosperous and you're healthy and doing well.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. Can we read the mission statement, please? Phenomenal. So tonight's executive session includes all personnel updates, senior trip update, a discussion with our legal team. Anything else? Discipline? Anything like that? I don't see that, but in case.
Yes.
Yes?
Personnel. Yes.
There are some personnel updates concerning discipline of particular persons. That includes all things. Motion to enter executive session.
Yes.
Moore. Corbin. All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 7-0-0 at 5:39 p.m. See you for the public session.
So those who would like to speak, since I didn't take down names, you can line up across this side here. All right, you'll be using this mic. Before you start speaking, just state your name. That way we can kind of just keep record of it. And then, as she stated, you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
I know. I already know. All right, I just ask that you be respectful as your peer speaks. Please state your name and grade, just for the record.
Question: who am I looking at to know about the time again?
Jessica will tell you when the time is up.
Thank you. My name is Lauren Alfaro. As a first-generation Latina student in a school community that is predominantly Black and Hispanic, I've grown up understanding both the challenges and the resilience that shape underrepresented communities. According to the New York State Education Department, 75% of my peers are economically disadvantaged, nearly 1/3 are Black, 2/3 are Hispanic or Latino, and over a quarter are English language learners. When entering our high school, we get searched upon entry and are required to wear clear book bags, truths that aren't applicable to neighboring school districts. What's also true is that no neighboring schools have issues utilizing their funds for their senior activities. These realities have shaped my commitment to youth engagement and my belief that informed participation is essential to a strong community, because I mean this with all due respect. How many more restrictions are you going to give to a community of minorities? Can you marginalize your constituents anymore? As I have spoke with seniors at West Babylon High School, and they confirmed that their money, their classes raise, goes directly towards senior activities. I also have friends at Lindenhurst, some who have graduated, telling me about their senior trip abroad in Europe. Great stories they have to tell, I assure you. I also have some friends at Lindy who are current students too, and their student government and advisors have no issue using their funds for the activities that they plan. And here's the point. Those schools are right around the corner from us, so why is Wyandanch treated so differently? Throughout all 4 years of high school, I have served in student government as executive president of our student body and class president of my senior class. In these roles, I translate student concerns into actionable initiatives, chair meetings, and collaborate with our lovely advisors to improve equity and access within our school community. Working within a diverse student body has taught me how policy directly impacts daily life and how advocacy, when paired with education and collaboration, can lead to meaningful change. I can optimistically inform you of how vocal my peers are in this high school to assure our last year is worthwhile. Their attendance here today is the eye candy I think you obviously need. Throughout our 4 years at Wyandanch Memorial High School, my senior class has not only excelled academically, we are on track for one of the highest graduation rates in our school's history. But we have also worked tirelessly to build a vibrant, memorable senior experience. Every event we hold, every tradition we celebrate, every dollar spent is entirely student raised through sales and community support. These funds are ours to use for senior activities, our prom, senior trip, even our branded hoodies we'll wear for years and years in memory of our time in the district you serve. Yet, the central administration has withheld these funds, citing that our senior activities are not educational. Ironic, even after failing to approve programs like after-school tutoring, which are very much educational. This is not only contradictory, but is a testament to unmet needs. Here are the facts. We repeatedly requested procedures and guidance on senior activities on October 9th, October 22nd, October 23rd, November 12th, November 14th, November 20th, November 21st. We asked how to get approvals, how to submit paperwork, and received no response. We submitted documentation supporting all senior activities on, again, multiple dates. March 17th and March 24th, September 15th, September 18th, September 26th, September 29th, October 22nd, November 12th. Our official check request and paperwork were submitted on November 13th to meet hotel deadlines for our senior trip. On December 12th, we submitted a 64-page comprehensive packet, including contracts, invoices, educational purpose justifications, liability releases, medical forms, and an activity curriculum. Even after Dr. Kwan requested additional details, we provided expanded educational objectives on December 23rd. Additionally, the district still owes us $2,457 for services already paid for by the senior class, including crowns for homecoming, district mascot fees, the DJs for pep rally, homecoming, and the parade. Yet, we have done everything asked of us repeatedly and well advanced in our deadlines. Our funds remain withheld for no legitimate reason. This is not a minor oversight. This is a denial of the senior year experience that we have earned through our own labor and fundraising. The same administration that claims senior activities are not educational fails to see the contradiction in approving other necessary programs or to respond to multiple requests for guidance.
That is your time.
May I finish up, please? I have this last one, Sean.
Finish.
Thank you very much. This is about fairness, accountability, and respect for student work. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking to receive the funds we raised to support the senior events we planned responsibly and to have clarity on procedures moving forward. We are requesting directly and formally: 1, immediate release of our senior funds for approved activities, reimbursement towards Ms. Key for funds already spent on senior obligations, again, $2,457, a clear and written procedures for student activity approvals so that future classes are not penalized because they have made their presence very well known today. We are not here to debate the value of fun or tradition. We are here to defend our rights as students, our hard-earned money, and the senior experience every student deserves. We are living in unprecedented times as is. Do not contribute to that mess. We have done our part. Now we are asking the Central to do theirs. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Katie Argueta, and I'm the Executive Vice President of our school. We understand that the narrative is that the senior class did not advise the district or the board about our plans. I am here to show you evidence contrary to that. Mrs. Crawford, Ms. Key, and Mr. Sibley's have communicated the plans for our senior activities as far back as March of 2025. 1. You can see the first parent square that went out on March 24th, which includes the senior brochure and calling for a parent meeting on March 27th. 2. Another parent square was sent out on March 27th with a reminder about the parent Zoom meeting and link. Once we met with the parents and senior class, the planning for the senior year was put into action and Ms. Key and Mrs. Crawford began collecting payments for student desired packages. 3. As you can see here, the students had the opportunity to choose from their desired package. 4. You can see from the highest cost package, which is $1,500, that it includes the cap and gown, senior sweatshirt, yearbook, prom after party, and Miami senior trip. The package also includes the round-trip flight to Miami, hotel accommodation, private transportation while in Miami, tickets to a 2-park Universal trip, an ATV dirt trail adventure, a marine adventure on a private yacht, a barbecue pool party, and most of our meals, once again, all included in the $1,500 package E. 6. On September 15th, Ms. Key sent an email to the superintendent, district administrators, and the district clerk advising everyone about the senior activities and inviting the board to participate. 7. You can see that from a copy of the email as well as the invitation and the senior brochure which were included. We appreciate the 2 board members who were able to show up to our senior sunrise. Furthermore, we provided an opportunity for professional pictures to Central and the board in November, compliments of our class, and no one showed. The senior advisors also held a parent meeting on September 18th during our open school night, where they again presented with the senior activities. I also personally saw 2 board members that day. 8. On September 26th, the advisors again notified the superintendent and district administrators about the senior activities and also included consent and legal permission release forms for the trip. The next day, Mr. Sibley's responded to this email, asking the superintendent and district administrators to please review the documents and let us know if there was anything else needed moving forward. I want to take a moment to add that none of these emails were responded to by the superintendent or district administrators. Again, I say all of this to say that we made every effort possible to be transparent about the senior activities to gain early approvals to not be in this predicament. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to begin by calling out the people responsible for disrupting and inconveniencing our entire community. Calvin Wilson, Dr. Eric Wright, and Dr. Michelle Kwan. My name is Ayanna Carpenter, Senior Class and National Honor Society Vice President, and I'm without a doubt one of the most academically inclined and community-involved students at Wyandanch Memorial High School. If you remember me from last year, I had to speak up and advocate for scholarship funding for an educational activity that should have been accessible for all students. Once again, due to the lack of adequate support and genuine concern for our students, I'm brought here today to ask, why are you robbing the class of 2026 of our well-deserved senior activities? We are the first class to enter the high school straight out of COVID-19. We first-handedly had to adjust from isolated education and virtual learning back into an integrated environment. The class of 2026, the predicted largest graduating class, has put in countless efforts to excel inside and outside of school. Since freshman year, we've upheld the values constantly expected of a model student. As a representative of the senior class, I have upheld every value expected of me. If you miss a day, you miss a lot. Focus on the purpose and not the journey, and graduate on time. Well, you guys missed an email, so you guys missed a lot. You're just now joining us on the journey, but you don't understand the purpose, and you are expected to give us our money on time. We've seen excellence displayed from nearly every student in our community. From our successful marching band program, our thriving JERA OTC program, acceptance into prestigious MIT, Harvard, and Cornell summer programs, and lots more. We as the class of 2026 have given countless reasons as to why we deserve our senior activities. We followed all your instructions outlined this year and put all our fundraising money into the district account, and now we're faced with all these hurdles just to get our activities paid for. Because of your severe lack of responsibility, the activities that we've all been excited for are now in jeopardy. Our class advisors, who by the way have considered quitting due to your lack of cooperation, and social studies teachers have empowered us to enforce the change we demand to see. The class of 2026 is a class of change agents who will speak up when we know we're being wronged. My name is Ayanna Carpenter, Senior Class Vice President, National Honor Society Vice President, and a registered voter for the May 2026 election of Wyandanch community. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Janiyah Bryan, school parliamentarian and a student of the 2026 cohort, or I'm sure some of you guys know me as JB, and if you don't, no worries, because you know by the end of tonight. I am one of the most active students academically and in extracurriculars. I have been accepted to over 25 institutions of higher education, have received over $100,000 in scholarships, and that is not all. Coming fresh out of COVID and straight into high school, we have strived to be the largest graduating class, and we have the highest predicted graduation rate. Coming into senior year, 80% of our class is on track with their credits, and almost 70% have met Regents and credit requirements, which is unprecedented. Throughout all of these years, we have been told to keep our grades up, stay in school, study, focus on the purpose and not on the journey, rise to the occasion and excel beyond the standards, and that's exactly what we have been doing. You may not have been here for all 4 years of our high school journey, but now that our journey is over at this level and we have reached the purpose, which is graduating on time, you mean to tell me that we are not allowed to enjoy it? You may be new to this district, but we've been committed and true to this district. This is our district, our home, and we may be the first pack of wolves, but we carry the spirit of the warrior. You are the Board of Education. And we have been more than exemplary examples of what you expect students to do with their time at school, and this is how you repay us. Calvin Wilson, Dr. Michelle Kwan, and Dr. Eric Wright. This is how you repay the class of 2026 who has worked endlessly all 4 years of high school, who has been fighting their whole senior year only to have pushback against everything. All of our advisors are ready to walk, not because of the students, but because of you and how difficult you make this. When are we allowed to enjoy our senior year as we are meant to? And as you guys all know, we come from a low-income neighborhood and are predominantly minorities. We have been fundraising since freshman year in preparation for our senior year. Most of us, including myself, worked all year long just to raise money for this and to pay our senior dues. Where were you guys? What gives you guys the right to determine what we do with the money that we worked for? Just curious, how many of you guys are all in alumni? And do you remember working hard all 3 years so that you can make it to participate in your senior activities? This senior trip is not designed to be educational. It is a reward for completing our 4 years successfully and exceeding the standards. However, we were able to align the activities with pleasure and education. The educational purpose has been set. If you are supposed to be for the students, then be for the students and not against us. We should be given grace because of your lack of due diligence and improper management, since we were operating on outdated policies and not policies that are all of a sudden strictly enforced now, and our plans have been in motion since 2024. At some point, it becomes a matter of whether you're enforcing the guidelines for the betterment of your students or abusing your power for personal gain and to make an attempt at making a point. We are standing together, as you can see, against what we all know is wrong. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Pereira, and I am the Vice President for the class of 2027. As we have heard so far from my peers, we are extremely disappointed with what has been happening. Not only are we disappointed, but discouraged. And who has to take the brunt of this discouragement is our advisors. They are going through hurdle after hurdle for us, attempting to communicate with you all just to be met with the wall each time. It is draining for them to have to fight so hard for such basic things, such as being returned the money the seniors raised for the trips they've had laid out since as early as 2024. It creates a sense of distrust between the students and the district when so many situations involving funds have occurred before. You're withholding the money for our seniors while refusing to accept that you have not properly communicated with us. And at this point, $1,199 is not accounted for from the class of 2025 due to the district misplacing this money and not knowing where it is. In what way, shape, or form is this supposed to make us trust you with the money we have worked so hard to earn? How is this supposed to let us think that you have our best interests in mind? You say you are for the kids, for the community, for us, but do not act like it whatsoever. Today is Wednesday. Classics is on Saturday. There is no time at all for any of the classes to retrieve our respective funds in order to be able to sell at Classics due to the fact there are no proper procedures. How are we supposed to feel encouraged to fundraise for our classes when we don't even know if we're going to get our money back? This obvious incompetence from administration is what created this distrust in the first place. It's what snowballed these problems into one big avalanche. I hope that with this meeting, you can understand our very valid frustrations. Students, parents, and faculty alike, thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, district leadership, administrators, teachers, families, and members of our community. My name is William Morgan. I attend Wyandanch Memorial High School. I stand before you tonight not as a student leader, as a voice of the entire senior class, and not as many students who feel unheard, overlooked, and deeply disappointed. I want to be very clear. We are not here to disrespect you. We are here because we care and don't feel supported by the superintendent and some members of the board. Let me be clear. We care deeply about our education, our future, and our students and our scholars' legacy. And that is exactly why this conversation is both necessary and urgent. My first concern is the after-school academic intervention and tutoring program. This is needed program for struggling students and prepare us for the Regents exams upcoming. From my understanding, this program is supposed to begin on October. It is now January. The same month, students are expected to sit for their Regents exams and determine their graduation. Diploma types and future opportunities despite being said publicly. The program has not actually begun or been fully approved. A falseful narrative is circling that the program was approved. What was approved was only part of the program. Teachers were approved, but a program supervisor was not. The distinction matters. Even a student knows and understands that you cannot run a legitimate program without a qualified supervisor. An after-school academic intervention program is not a club, not a free time, and not a study hall. It is a strict academic support system meant to address years of learning gaps, historical low district-wide Regent scores, and long-standing inequalities. Programs like that require real leadership, real accountability, and real administrative experience. Other districts, especially districts with similar, even better outcomes than ours, hire experienced administrators to oversee their after-school academic programs. No teachers placed into supervisory roles without true administrative authority or experience. This is not about disrespecting teachers. It is about understanding roles, responsibilities, and effectiveness. Wyandanch has been on public lists for low regent scores and low graduation rates. That is to date. That is a fact, yet behind those numbers is reality the public never sees. Students want to succeed but are denied support provided to increase achievement. No consistent after-school intervention, no comprehensive summer academic support, no urgent that matters the severity of the date. When those news date headlines come out again, no one will report the program that was meant to help us, never truly existed, or were implemented in a timely fashion. We deserve better than the optics. We deserve real results. Our parents' tax dollars matter. So I would like to stop now and ask what board members are in support of our full after-school program. Ms. Brown, Ms. Moore, Ms. Baker, Ms. Corbin, Ms. Walker, Ms. Holder, and Mr. Morris. When will the program now begin?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nancy Arqueta. I am a Wyandanch alumni, class of 2021, and I am here today not to only speak on behalf of my parents, but as part of our community as well. As a 2021 graduate, I can recall that most of our class senior activities were canceled due to COVID-19. Our only activity that year was prom. Although I am grateful for being able to enjoy my prom and graduate, I wish that we could have been able to do more. Now that my younger sister, Katie Arqueta, has reached her senior year, I am excited to witness her enjoy all of the things that I wasn't able to. However, I am very disappointed to have to stand here today and speak up, fighting for the class of 2026 to have their funds returned so that they could participate in their senior activities. This class is built entirely on hard-working individuals who have maintained high grades, participated in many outside activities while also maintaining a job. Many parents and students, such as my own parents and sister, have paid for these senior packages on their own. These senior activities have been made affordable to seniors through endless work by the student government and advisors. Mrs. Crawford and Ms. Key have worked hard these 4 years to give our children the best senior year experience they could have before they head off to their future accomplishments. You guys should be applauding these kids and thanking them for giving so much to this district, since that is your concern, right? Okay. And that is also to make sure that we uplift these kids. But that's not what you're doing. And yet, each one of you is giving these kids hurdle after hurdle so that they can carry out these senior activities on time. I want to emphasize, this money does not belong to the district. It belongs to the senior class. And they have fundraised through our community who have willingly given money either through buying food at sport games like homecoming or have chosen senior packages and made monthly payments. These students deserve to enjoy their senior activities as a reward for their hard work in high school. And I really hope that after this meeting, changes are made accordingly. Thank you, and I hope you all have a good night.
Good evening, board members and all members of the community who have taken the time to join us tonight. My name is Paige Cherry, and I'm the secretary of the class of 2027. On behalf of the class of 2027, I am here to discuss the poor management of the funding for the current senior class and the risk it poses for the next year's senior class. Your poor management, inconsistency in communication, and incompetence has directly led to the outrage of the current senior class and their advisors. Will you behave with such cowardice towards the class of 2027 as you did with the class of 2026? Will you also take advantage of our hard work? Will you also leave us feeling unseen, underappreciated, and let us believe that our efforts meant nothing and amount to nothing? If your goal is to work in the best interest of the students, then why not set clear, concise guidelines that outline the step-by-step process to be able to assess our funds in a timely manner? But instead, all decisions are made by one person, which is not showing professional checks and balances. The unreliability of this tyrannical rule jeopardized the activities the senior class has preserved for almost 2 years. What are you guys doing? But I'm hoping that this will change after this meeting. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak at this time? Hearing none.
Thank you, Wyandanch Memorial High School, all family members, all community members, and vested partners. In your messaging tonight, the Board of Education has heard you clearly, and there's a lot to discuss as we move into our executive session. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. The Board of Education is asking for the advisor or advisors to approach the podium, if they would like to. Okay, one moment. If you'd like to address the audience. None. She would not like to at this time. Thank you. All right, moving now to our next portion of our public session, turning it over to Dr. Eric Wright for presentations. Thank you, sir.
While we are transitioning, I'm compelled to ask some questions. So I'm going to throw it out there, and whoever wishes to respond, please do. I heard tonight that the senior class, one request, if I didn't hear anything else, they said, one, release the funds, and two, return it. Now, today I drafted a resolution that would call for the district to return the money to those who donated it for the senior class trip so that it may be spent accordingly. And that once a documentation is presented to central administration showing who donated what, that is then presented. Then when I got to this meeting, I heard about different packages. But I would ask that we still consider this resolution, and that is that these funds be returned so that the students and their parents may pay for the trip in the method that they choose to, because anything that I heard it outside of this room when my phone rang. I heard that some were told that it's not a school-sponsored trip. Some were told that it is. However be it, communication was not clear. Because where I sit, and I'm sure where 6 other colleagues sit, we didn't know anything. And I want to be clear about that tonight. I saw emails on these poster boards, but we were told nobody knew anything. So I draw a ball of confusion there, and just want to make it clear that the Board of Education has 7 people. Central administration has about the same. Board of Education is here probably once or twice a month. Central administration is here every day, at least from 9 to 5. And I would hope that meetings would occur outside of the boardroom so that people don't have to wait a whole month to come and let the board know what's going on in hopes that something is done to resolve the issues at hand. So I'm going to keep this resolution on the table. When we get to the point for it to be read, I would like for it to be read. But I'm going to keep it there. And I'm going to ask that, or this resolution would direct the superintendent and the administration to return the funds once the advisors meet with them, and they have till next Wednesday. Let me say that again. They have till next Wednesday. And that once they show this student gave this much towards the trip and towards the activities, that it is returned so that it can be paid for through your own means. Because I don't understand what's going on. I have a whole lot of questions, and time is of the essence, especially when you have deadlines and contracts that have to be met. So I'm going to be quiet, but I'm going to say, I had to say this. Thank you.
Well received, Trustee Morris. I want the common audience to know that the Board of Education is in receipt of the resolution that was drafted. The Board of Education received that email approximately 4 o'clock today. Legal, that would be an appropriate statement, around 4-ish. So when we finish with our presentations, the Board of Education has to go into an executive session to look at that and to discuss more specifically all of the things that were presented for us tonight. As each of you approached the podium, your names were written, your concerns were written, so we're very clear on what you've asked us and what you are asking us to consider. So once again, all of your comments were heard, and we thank you. We do now have to move into our public session presentation from Monitor Districts. Turning it over to Dr. Eric Wright.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, community, families, and scholars. Thank you all for being here this evening. What we want to do this evening for our public presentation was to present on a document that we shared with our state monitors, who we meet with quarterly. And so, with that being said, I'm going to get started on what we discussed during that time. This year, the Board of Education, as well as myself, put together goals for this year. And one of the major goals that we put together is around student achievement, which is to create the conditions for scholars to achieve increased levels of success for the school year. And so, when we did our presentation, we looked at it from a standpoint of what's happening with our special education and our English language learners. We looked at student improvement, and then we also looked at what we're doing to try to bring in increased funding through transportation and through other means as well. So that was a three-pronged approach that we used at that time. And so we talked about some of the strengths and challenges that we face as a district in trying to support our scholars. And so goal one around special education in our English language learners, we looked at our strengths, and we noticed that our administrators, they're beginning to understand the issues that we are faced with as a district. And our staff are dedicated in terms of trying to meet the needs of our scholars. And so a challenge that we realized is that as we look at the student placement and the services, we need to think of some new models, because the models that we have in place currently aren't all meeting the needs of our scholars. So in terms of goal 2, school improvement, we looked at our data systems. This year we've been really focused on looking at our data, because we know that understanding the data of our scholars, it helps to move our scholars forward. It helps us put in supports to meet the needs of our scholars. So we have some robust data systems this year In addition to that, we have a graduation tracker, an attendance tracker, and so we realize how our students are doing across the board. We're also looking at the partnerships that we developed as well for shared services. We utilize our BOCES, Western Suffolk BOCES primarily, and Eastern Suffolk BOCES, and they provide a lot of partnerships for our students with disabilities, especially for our students with disabilities. And so some of the challenges that we realized is that and let me go back for a second. Let me go back to school improvement for a second. Some of the strengths we realized there, like I said, is our data systems, and then also our reading support. You know, we put much more multiple tier systems of support or academic interventions in place to really look at our scholars and see what needs to be done. We're looking at it from a standpoint of the different areas where our scholars need to improve, and that can be their comprehension, that can be their fluency. Sometimes we realize that our students aren't reading at a quick enough pace, and one of the reasons is because they might be struggling in the areas such as phonics or phonemic awareness. So we are much more focused on that, and our supports from the materials that we're having are supporting those needs. And then the challenge that we have there overall that we've identified is, and I think you all spoke to it somewhat, that, you know, over the years what we've seen is that we have a high needs district, and we have a lot of scholars that are not reading at grade level, you know, and so that's one of our major goals. We know we need to make some shifts there. And then lastly, in terms of goal 3, when we talk facilities, transportation, budgeting, and fiscal management, we realize once again that our data systems, we have a better understanding of the processes that we need to monitor in order to make the changes, and then our partnerships with the shared services. So specifically, when I talk special education, I talked about our multi-tiered systems of support. The reason that is very important is because we're looking at where our students are, and then we're making sure that we're trying to group them accordingly, as opposed to just providing blanket services. That's the way that you begin to move scholars, is by ensuring that you know what their actual needs are. And we do that because what we have put in place is more of a balanced assessment system. So we have assessments that are taking place from elementary all the way up to high school that start at the beginning of the year, and it lets us know how our students are doing in relation to last year, and then we have it periodically throughout the course of the year. Teachers are looking at that data to see where their scholars are, and then from there, it's the goal that the administrators should be moving forward to have those conversations with their teachers. For me, what I do and what the team does is we will be going in to have those data conversations to see where are we in relation to the goals that have been set forth in each school. So one of our focus areas this year is, you know, for our students with disability, there is a process called the alternate assessment, New York State alternate assessment, and those are for students that do not take the regular 3 to 8 assessments. There's a different pathway that's in place for them. We need to ensure that we have our scholars, all of our scholars, taking the right assessment. And so we're putting structures in place so that we are identifying our students and making sure that the documentation that we're using is really identifying that population and then determining what are those next steps. And then I think most important is that across the board, whether it's for our English language learners, whether it's for our students with disabilities, or it's for our general education population, the professional development that we're looking at this year is much different than in the past. And so we are really targeting it based on the needs of our scholars. got it. That's all right. So this page here, what it did is it just broke down the numbers on each grade level. Our students that are duly classified, and what we mean by duly classified, these are our students that are students with disabilities that are also English language learners. And then we broke it down for, you see it overall in the pie chart. We have 67% of our students that are non-English language learners, 6% that are classified as English language learners and have a disability. And then there are 27% of our students that are English language learners, just English language learners. So lastly, in terms of school improvement, one of the things that we're focused on, we want to create a community school model, which coming in, in June, I realized that we don't have a lot of after-school programs for our scholars, and we need to create a model that allows us to have these robust after-school programs. And it's also aligned to the fact that we're looking at how do we create pathways for our scholars. Coming in, I noticed that we didn't have pathways. And what I mean by pathways is that we want to have a business pathway, for our scholars. We want to ensure that what we do begins to really look at the future for our scholars. We want to look at what it is that they want to do, and then we want to develop the programs to do just that. So, for instance, if we had a business pathway, we can help our scholars become entrepreneurs, right? It's and maybe in some of the models that in some of the work that they're doing now, since for instance, in barbering, it's great that our students will have a license, but we want to ensure that they can own their own barbershops. And it's also from a cosmetology perspective as well. And so once we get our business track, up and going, we'll look at, also hoping to see if the next step is for them to actually go to college on a business track, or would it be for them to start their own business or go into the field. It's super important that we look at it from that perspective because we want to help our students have opportunity. Another thing we're looking at is the fact that, in terms of AP courses, advanced placement courses, we're one of the only districts out in Long Island that doesn't have advanced placement courses right now. So we're looking at how do we go about doing that for next year. We're looking at the business and personal finance course because that is one of the expectations of the state, of requirements of the state. So we want to bring the rigor in right away and offer that to our scholars. We also want to look at piloting what we call seminar, AP seminar, which allows our scholars to work from a project-based perspective, so that they can know how to then do projects that are very different than what may be happening now, but it also prepares them very differently for the future. And as we begin to build out our AP track, what'll happen is that it'll help a lot of our scholars with college as well, because they will have, if they take the assessment that goes along with it at the end of the year, they'll have dual credits. They'll have the high school track, but then they'll also have college credits as well. I know that we have that track through other means, with some of our community colleges, but what it'll do from an AP perspective, advanced placement perspective, is it's more accepted throughout the various states, colleges and universities, whereas the dual credit programs that we have now are more geared locally and to New York State. This is important when we think about that last bullet, which is preparing for implementation into the New York Inspires Graduation Measures Transfer program. The state is going to be looking at, they're making changes through their blueprint that they came out with in the last year. And so we want to be prepared by having these pathways available and these opportunities available, for our scholars. I apologize that, in the past, and for you all as seniors today here, that some of these options weren't available, but this is the way that we're going for the future. And so we needed to have that conversation with the state so that they see that we are making progress towards, these pathways. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Kwon.
So I have to say, and I'm a we person, but I'll say but I'm sure, if you don't mind, the board and all of us here in Central Administration, we're just very proud of what we saw today. We are very proud. And just to remind all of you that we are on the same team. And what I saw today in the lens of curriculum and instruction, public speaking, it's a good course, right? Mr. Kezia. I am just so impressed with how well spoken our students are, the leadership, the time all of you got together to send your message. And that's really important. And there will be times, even though we are on the same team, that we might see things in different perspectives, but this is a real learning lesson, for all of us as a Wyandanch community. So I just want to commend all of you, all of our educators who are here today, teachers and administrators, for continuing to give the voice to our students to send their message. And with all the positive that we see, we still have a gap in terms of where we are, our scores, our graduation rates. I want the students and the parents here today to know that this for us is not just about the children graduating. This is about success outside of high school, whichever path you take. This is my opinion. Graduating is just the first step, but if you don't have the tools and the skills, we don't know what jobs are out there yet. We don't know what problems are out there yet. So we want to make sure that you are not only just graduating, but you have the tools to deal with problems that we don't know exist yet, and to be successful in jobs and be independent with jobs that we don't know exist yet. So I'm looking forward to continuing this conversation and supporting the leadership that all of you have shown here tonight. So one of the things that we spoke about with the state is attendance, right? Our students know that attendance is something that we continue to work on. Your building administration is constantly telling you, I heard the phrase tonight, Mr. Sibley's always states about missing one day is missing a lot. And that's true. So what we put in place and what we're starting to do is we have a new system on the secondary level called MOVE, where sometimes some of the solutions are not about starting fresh from the beginning, but sometimes the solutions are little tweaks, right? And one of our goals is to make sure that our attendance is much more accurate. So our MOVE system allows students to tap into their classes so that attendance could be taken right away, and teachers do not have to stop instruction for maybe students who come in a little late, etc., to make sure that our attendance procedures are much more accurate. We also have our attendance teachers. We have our attendance tracker that central office has put together, and we try to do our best to reward students with incentives for making it to school. In terms of assessment, one of the things that I've noticed in my role is that many of you students out here get really solid grades in your classes. But I think there's a little bit of a gap in how we're doing in our classes and what we're achieving on our assessments. And I feel like you guys are working hard, the teachers are working hard, we're trying the best we can, but there seems to be a gap in how well you're doing in your classes and the grades you're getting and what our assessments are showing, right? We want to make sure that the world, the state, validates your efforts. And so we have to figure out what is it that we're missing here and what do we have to do better. So if you look up at the screen, these are all of the assessment systems we have invested in for all of you. Some of them are before we start to see where you are and what gaps we have. Some of these are assessments are during your learning, and some of these are assessments are here for after you've learned. What the state has suggested for us, which we feel is a very good idea, is to make sure that our assessment systems aren't duplicating assessments, to make sure that we're streamlining all of our assessments to make sure we have the most accurate information. For all of our high school students here, we heard what your building administration said. We heard that I already wasn't very popular, right? I see the I see the shakes. So we heard your administration, and I, in curriculum instruction, also agreed that for high school we needed a better assessment tool to see where you guys need to be. So we chose to use iExcel. And anytime you start something new, there's always a couple of things, right? Things can go wrong. So we're going to do our best to make our second round of assessments with iExcel a little bit better for you. So it's important for all of you to make sure that you would take these assessments seriously so we can get the correct data to be able to serve you correctly in your curriculum. So that's one of the things that we're also working on in district. Finally, Dr. Wright spoke about the MTSS, the multi-tiered system of support. Tier 1 instruction is the green in that pyramid. That's your everyday classes. What we are trying to do is make sure that if you are a student who's struggling a little bit, that we do more when you're in class than pulling you out of class. So we want to put a structure in place to make sure that whatever you're learning in class, like your public speaking class seems to be a class where you're learning a lot, how can we put more skills and strategies so that it can help students who are struggling more? And how can you use those skills in other classes? So that's what we're working on in terms of building supports for students who might be struggling. Finally, it's not moving, but if it moves, there's been a big push with the science of reading. And this is something you guys are like, I want to do all these things, but the kids underneath in elementary school and middle school, like, they have to know how to read really well to be able to do the exciting things that you guys are doing. And the science of reading is something that we're working on, especially on the elementary levels, to get our younger students to be able to read on grade level or higher, to be able to take advantage of everything that you guys are taking advantage of now at the high school. So one of the things that I put together with the team was whenever an administrator or maybe a teacher walks into an elementary classroom, we created a tracker or a note catcher, not to observe teachers and support teachers through their usual rubric that they use to get observed, but through the lens of the science of reading. So we're looking for vocabulary, we're looking for reading comprehension, we're looking for oral language, we're looking for fluency, we're looking for rigorous questioning, and we're looking at the 6 pillars that create readers who can comprehend and move forward. So when we go into the classrooms, we're making sure that, okay, the teachers need more support in this area, and we're going to build that professional development and model that support for the teachers for the elementary students. So this is a really big push that we're doing. We're looking at attendance. You guys have to be here. I see all of you here see the importance of being in school. We're going to take a look at all of our assessments. Make sure you guys take those assessments seriously so we could really see what's going on and where we need to move. We're going to look at the MTSS system. We're going to make sure that the instruction that's going on in your everyday class allows you maybe to not be pulled out of class for extra supports. And we're finally making sure that when we go into our classrooms as administrators to support teachers, we're looking through the lens of the science of reading. Because reading is not just in English. I think you guys are noticing that, right? It's in math, it's in science, it's in social studies, it's in everything, it's in art, it's in tech, it's in business, it's in anything that you do. So we want to make sure we support the high school and make sure that we bring literacy across all content areas. So these are some areas that we're looking at. And I'm really looking forward to continuing to see you thrive and continue to build the leadership that we see today. Thank you. Next up, Dr. Jordan.
Write it on your paper.
Good evening. I get the fun job of talking about facilities, transportation, and budget. It's the most exciting part of the school day, right? So we have a few goals that we are focusing on, you know, behind the scenes here. One is a new capital reserve fund. That's capital with an A, which means it has to do with building and construction. Number two is try to find additional space for some of the programs. I'm sure that you high school students have heard about the cosmetology program that will be starting next year. So that's a space that we are working very hard to make sure it's ready for next year. We had the barbering studios that were set up and put in. Another goal is transportation services. We work really hard not only to make sure that we have transportation, but to minimize the impact on tax dollars. And Dr. Wright spoke before about our shared services with BOCES. Did you know that we get money back for every dollar that we spend with BOCES? So if we spend money with BOCES 2 years later, we get some of that back as revenue. So when we utilize BOCES for transportation, if you had attended a private school, you may be on a bus with students from other districts, but that is to save us money, and it saves all the districts money as well. We are also dealing with the growing enrollment of resident students in charter schools. As you are aware, there are two big buildings right by the train station. One is a K-1 building, and the other next year will be a grade 2 through 8 building. And last, it's to make sure that we are getting as much money back from Medicaid for students who receive speech and counseling services in the district. We're able to bill Medicaid and get some of those dollars back. We recently had a study completed with a BOCES way upstate. I think it's Franklin and Herkimer BOCES. I just made that H1 up. What that allows us to do.
Herkimer's a real place.
I know it's a real place. I just don't know it's Hamilton. Franklin, place. Essex, and Hamilton. Mm-hmm. So what they did is they came down here. They met with me. They met with Suffolk County Police Department to look at speeding patterns, and they went through the community. They looked to places where there are no sidewalks. They looked at abandoned houses. They looked at the number of times a child has to cross a road without a stop sign. And from that, they were able to determine that we can get more transportation aid than we're currently getting. So what that will do is say you live half a mile from your school. Mm-hmm. So half a mile, that's pretty close. You probably could walk. If you live a quarter of a mile, 3/4 of a mile, that's in that gray area where kind of a little too far to be comfortable walking, but you could walk. So now, moving forward, we should be able to get aid for the students that live that 3/4 of a mile. So if you think about how far a lot of people live from the elementary schools or the middle schools or even the high school, we're going to get more money for more of those students. And I believe in the February agenda, Mr. Wilson will be presenting that for board approval, and then that will allow us to get more transportation aid than we currently get. Contractually, vendor shortages across the island continue. I'm sure you have had a bus pick you up late for an athletic event or a field trip. That happens everywhere. It happens in my district. My district is now contracting out half of their buses because they can't get drivers. And capital reserves. How many of you understand that sometimes we spend money on things we don't want to spend money on, particularly homeowners? I see you nodding your head. If you have a problem with the water pipe, it costs you money. No one enjoys having to replace water pipes. Those are the things we deal with. Roofs need to be replaced. Heating things need to be replaced. The high school, you had 4 new classrooms this year. Those are fun things to spend money on because you get to see the new furniture, the new paint, the new flooring. So it's a constant battle of the things we have to spend money on that we don't want to, but we need to keep the buildings running, and the things that look nice. I know in the plans we will be doing some nice planting and kind of redoing the front of the high school. That's something that's nice. But with that, I think we have to replace all of the electric in the high school, which will be good because then we'll have air conditioners. So every 5 years, New York State does a building condition survey, and it kind of says your heating system is going to need to be replaced, your windows need to be reglazed, and those are the things that Mr. Wilson and his team work on for us behind the scenes. It's possible that someday in the future we may have to do a referendum, which will go to a vote, but for right now, we are able to do it with the money that we have in the capital reserves. Dr. Wright?
Before I thank the board for their leadership, I just want to say this, for our scholars that are here today. Your civic engagement is so much appreciated. When I think about a quote that Dr. Martin Luther King said way back in the early 1900s, and he stated that the purpose of education is to help scholars think intensively and critically. And I've heard that tonight, and so I so appreciate you for that, and I just wish that, I was here a year ago, 2 years ago, so that I could have helped put that into what we call a seal of civic readiness. I've been in places where we have students earn that seal in alarming numbers or high numbers, 50, 60, in one school 100 students earned it, and that's from that civic engagement that I've seen tonight. But to take it a step further, it's by looking at concerns within your community, whether school or in the local community or the larger community, and putting together a plan over the course of a year or two to really talk to it, which I see that you all can do and do very, very well. And that's the goal of education, right? And so I heard it tonight, and I so appreciate it. So I just wanted to say that, and I just want to thank you and publicly give you a round of applause for what you've done tonight. To our Board of Education, I just want to thank you for continuously leading our district. Your voice, your questions, your concerns of always of the utmost importance, and we will always do what we need to do to ensure that you understand the direction that we are, from your guidance that we are taking the district. So thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Wright. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our upper administration. Don't go away though. Quickly. I have two questions, and I think Mr. Simmons has one too. The first one is for Dr. Wright. In your special education focus areas, you talk a little bit about the New York State alternate assessments, particularly for children grades 3 through 8. Is there something in place for scholars 9 through 12, and what does that look like? And the second question is for Dr. Jordan.
So in 9 through 12, what happens is that we have work-based learning that takes place for kids who will, for our scholars who will not earn regents.
Great.
And so we had a plan in place, and we worked on that plan to try to deepen it, to really understand what are some areas we can focus on, for our scholars in the community.
Okay. So we are still developing really in that area?
Yes.
Got it.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Jordan, as it pertains to capital reserves, you talked a little bit about the building condition survey and really prioritizing that. For example, I've looked at the high school campus, and I think I brought it up probably a couple of months ago as it pertains to the lighting and things like that. Talk to the audience a little bit about what the survey would ask and how we would prioritize the responses to the survey to make sure that our buildings are in tip-top shape.
It's not an ask question survey, it's a come look and see
like
type
that
survey. It's a come look and see.
All right.
We're always going to prioritize first plumbing. because we don't want children in a building or staff members in a building where you can't wash your hands or flush a toilet, or
Yeah.
we can't serve you food because there's no running water.
Mm-hmm.
We're also going to prioritize HVAC, because
Okay.
if it's, tonight, by the time we leave here, it's going to be freezing.
Yeah.
If it's too cold for students to be in school, and for, I have taught in a coat and gloves. That's unacceptable. So those things we always have to prioritize. Electric, because that's a safety hazard. There are other safety hazards that might come up. For example, at the MLK stage, there was an issue with the stairs at the MLK stage. We cannot have a fourth grader tripping and falling downstairs.
Okay.
So those safety issues are always going to take priority. Sometimes we're able to utilize our buildings and grounds crew to do repairs to make things last just like you do at home.
Sure.
Duct tape and a prayer, just to make things last a little bit longer. But it's always going to be health and safety first.
Got it. Thank you, Tristan.
Well, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
For the time I was here, I've heard a couple things. I have a couple questions. My first concern is, for everything that is going on, which you guys have in place, who's going to be governing this? Who's going to be watching it over? And who's going to be making sure that everything's going accordingly?
Which part? All of it, or what part of it?
The curriculums that's being,
Okay.
specifically the curriculums that's being set in place and everything to do with that.
So each of the assistant superintendents that are here in central office, they have what I call buckets, and so they have job responsibilities. And so I believe we have that online, so that the community can see what each individual is responsible for. And it's there for transparency, so that if there's a concern coming from the community, they know who to contact. So thank you for the question.
And my second question, I feel like we've been asking for this for a while, is after school program. We're still yet to get one. I think many of the teachers were on board with it, but we had nobody to supervise it. And I think that's very unacceptable for the goal we're trying to attain. I think after school program should be in place by now.
Yes, thank you. There will be a resolution coming up, for the last component that needs to be taken care of, for the after-school program.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have one question to start. With the science of reading. The science of reading was contracted, or this program was to be implemented, I believe, last fall. Now they didn't do anything at all, but we paid some big bucks for this program. Here it is now, January, and we're talking about implementing a program that we paid for last school year and paid for again for the first half of this school year, but has not been properly rolled out yet until this presentation. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'm not sure what you're saying that we paid for.
Okay, so under Dr. Aronstein, he presented the science of reading to the district. He implemented it, he embedded it into all of the educators in each building. And we were told at the end of last school year that it was improperly rolled out, everyone was not on board with it, and it just didn't go into effect. However, we spent a lot of money for this program. Now, continue on to January, and a program that has been here for almost a year now. Here we are now in the second half of another school year, talking about implementing a program that we've been paying for and have not used properly. So what will be done now, and when will the program be rolled out, since we're coming up on the 1-year anniversary that we spent all that money on a program that hasn't done a thing?
Thank you for the question. Science of reading is more of it's not a program, it's more of a,
whatever it was, it cost money.
Right, yeah. So it's a theory to understand, and so professional development was provided to the district, to my knowledge. And so, as a result, we were supposed to implement the practices. under the science of reading, right? And so what we've been doing this year, so in order to come in alignment with the science of reading, one of the things that was purchased in our elementary and our early childhood program for this year was Haggerty, which supports phonics and phonemic awareness, which is two of the components under the 5 pillars, which is aligned to the science of reading. So that was one of the pieces that was put in place this year, and it was put in place in both MLK and LFH.
Got it. As Newsday reported last, I believe, Tuesday,
Yes.
Wyandanch University School District is dead last on Long Island. And if you compare it to New York State, we may be second or third, or we may be dead last as well. At the last board meeting, I fought tooth and nail because we've been told, with us being so cash strapped, that there was no money to, and I'm going to say what I said last month, I'm going to continue saying this, to fund the salaries of 3 administrators who were in the Curriculum and Instruction Office: the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, the Assistant Director for Math and Science, and the Assistant Director for Social Studies and English. With those 3 key positions, which I presented to the superintendent at the time, and they bought into it and brought it into the district. But with those 3 key positions not existing in the district, and us now being dead last, what results do we expect from this presentation that would improve the academic standard of the district?
And I'll just say this, and never to offend, but with all due respect, with all we had in place last year, the results are Newsday. And so what I'm looking at is how do we put, I'm looking at the different processes that we need to put in place first and foremost. And so one of the things I looked at is that we didn't have our MTSS, multi-tier systems of support, or let's just say interventions weren't totally in place. And so that's one of the pieces that I looked at immediately upon coming in. I had data meetings with each of the buildings in the summertime so that we looked at the data and started talking about supports that were needed. And Dr. Kwan, she has gone into the buildings looking, meeting with principals individually to provide support. I have, on occasion provided professional development, myself as well, to teach to help understand the MTSS process. So we're moving to work. These were things that were not in place and that we're looking at and trying to ensure that, we're putting the proper supports in place for our scholars. And that's where that science of reading comes into place, because what we were doing was providing blanket supports in the past. And now we're looking at what are the needs of our scholars, and then we're grouping according to the needs, which is a very different way of doing this work. And when it's done well, you start seeing progress being made at a quicker pace.
And then I'll say this, Madam Clerk, I'm going to say this on the record. When I was a student at Livingstone College, Dr. Jimmy R. Jenkins, the president of the school at the time, said this quote: "It is only a fool who's in a race and know that he's behind and refuses to run faster." We're behind in this race. I like to see how fast we're going to run. So I'm going to watch and I'm going to hold you all accountable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again to our upper administration. The Board of Education still has business to tend to. With that,
we're not going to do these other resolutions on it? No, that's the voting meeting next
right. Mm-hmm. All right. Motion to adjourn into executive session to 1, discuss the potential discipline or termination of a particular individual, and 2, the potential appointment of particular companies. Is there a first?
More.
Walker will second. Questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 7-0-0 at 8:18 p.m. We stand now in executive session. Thank you all. Happy New Year. Welcome back to the public session. The Board of Education has 4 resolutions to entertain for tonight at the pleasure of the superintendent. You may direct your staff to read them from personnel.
Ms. Wallace, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board of Education and my peers. Presenting for recommendation for tonight, please, 10B3. Letter A, I would like to revise the dates though. I would like to revise the date of, an effective date of February 2nd, 2026, as a start date, and then through February 1, 2030 at the end date for the probationary period for letter A. And then letter B, I would like to amend the start date to read February 23rd, 2026.
Noted. Is there first?
I would ask that we vote on these 2 items separately.
Letter A. Is there first? Baker Moore, questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6. Letter B. Is there first? Baker Moore. Questions?
Yes, first question is, with this being an interim appointment, what it will be the end date of the appointment? As the resolution only has a start date.
So Dr. Wright, are we putting it to June, the end of the school year, or?
Yes, they need a.
If we need an end date, then it would be till June 30th, 2026.
Okay.
Is there another? All in favor?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The interim, why is it not a year?
If we're going for the school year, for this school year, then the end of the school year, yes ma'am. And then if we needed to review it again, then we would post it again and then, get it for July 1st to whatever.
Why would you repost it if he's in the position and he did satisfactory? Why would you just put his name back up instead of having to repost?
The posting, I'm almost positive, said for this school year. It's for this school year.
Yes.
My next question regarding this is, when this position became vacant at the promotion of the person who had it beforehand to another school district, just so that I can understand, what was the rationale behind posting it as an interim position and not for a probationary period?
If I can recall why an interim and not just a regular probationary. Dr. Wright.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you can.
But there's a couple of things. The main thing being that one of the things we wanted to make sure is that anyone who came on board, they understand our circumstances, and because we started this process when before knowing budget outcomes, we wanted to ensure that we put it for a year. As an interim position, and then we see what happens at the end of the year. But the last thing you want to do is, we had some cuts in the past, and we bring someone in, and they don't know the potential that may happen, at the end of the school year. So we put it as an interim for this year to provide them the support, and then we'll see from there what happens.
Any other questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining?
Morris is abstaining.
The count is 5-0-1. Moving now to 10B number 9. There's an addendum per legal. 10B9. And Ms. Wallace,
Yes, ma'am.
if you don't mind, it reads, be it resolved that the Board of Education terminates the employment of the employee identified in confidential employee schedule A effective February 1, 2026 if said person is not fully and properly certified to work in said current position.
The certification.
It doesn't identify, you understand? Doesn't identify, right. Legal will clarify.
Perhaps my handwriting was not the best. What it says is, be it resolved that the Board of Education terminates the employment of the employee identified in confidential employee schedule A effective February 1st, 2026, comma, if he is not fully and properly certified to work in his current position as of January 31st, 2026.
Who's there first?
Morris.
Morris Walker, questions? All in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? The count is 6. Moving now to 10B11.
Moving now to 10B11, district-wide appointment. Dr. Wright, are we looking for this to have an earlier start date than the 22nd of January?
When do you want to
For
start?
this to start, being that we're voting on it tonight?
I wasn't, but.
I have a question. Did we come up with concrete dates? I think Trustee Brown asked, how could you do all 3? Did you answer that satisfactory?
Well, first, let's get it on the floor and then we can go into questions. So 10B11, as read.
10B11, district-wide appointment as is written there. We're looking for a recommendation, a vote on this recommendation tonight, if we can, please.
Baker Walker's now on the floor. Go ahead, Trustee, with your question.
That was the question Trustee Brown asked the superintendent. Will she be able to do, I guess she has other.
Twilight, scope, and
She does scope in the morning, scope in the afternoon, twilight. Now you want her to run an
it's
after
different
school program?
times? It's different times?
Well, there's a scope morning program. No. There's the after school at MLOs. You still running that? Part of that?
No, she doesn't do any of the scope programs. They're all done by someone else. She does work for scope as a liaison with us, as the planning, but she does not actively administer the programs. Correct. And it's not even a total of, I think, 16 teachers between the 2 programs at the high school. And it's 4 days a week.
I have a question regarding the resolution. First question is the Twilight program was already board approved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so would that program already be, or the approving of, the appointment of the personnel to work the program was approved. So with that being said, there was an old rate of pay that was outlined on that resolution. And so this resolution should reflect the new adjustment or whatever, because it's not showing how much this person was compensated solely as the administrator for Twilight and what their new rate of pay would be with both duties. So Madam Attorney, do you believe that the resolution should reflect the old rate of pay as well?
Let's hear.
No, she was previously paid $65.
Okay.
70 to administer the Twilight program. She won't be paid that anymore.
It was left here.
The 85 is what would encompass both.
Okay, so
That's good.
second is that, my second question is the funding source. I know Twilight is funded in one way, and after school program may be funded a different way. So we're now, it's gonna be from out of one funding source or still 2?
So $70 will continue to be out of the school's budget as was put $15 of this will come out of the My Brother's Keeper grant.
Okay, so she'll only be getting paid essentially $15 an hour to do additional duties. Got it. Thank you so much.
All right, currently is Baker Walker. All in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed, Brown.
Count is 4-0. Moving now to 10B12.
10B12, looking for a recommendation on this sports appointment.
Baker. Is there a second? Walker. All in favor? Any opposed?
I have a question.
Question on the floor.
With the long list of chaperones that have been board approved throughout the year, why can't this wait till the next board? And so, with it being for Saturday's game, is there a need for additional personnel, or are we one person short? I'm not understanding. With respect to time, scorers, chaperones, and supervisors. So we're down one person to cover the classes for this weekend. Especially knowing the fact that we've also approved all of our coaches to also chaperone, and they will be on site as well.
Dr. Wright, I believe.
Where is? No.
There should be another.
The only resolution that I approved happening for Saturday was the resolution to bring forward an announcer. Where's that?
That's it.
This
We
says
don't,
timer,
there's no
score,
position
chaperone.
called
Okay,
announcer.
chaperone. Okay, right. That was it.
This is
And
it?
it was because it's Saturday. It's Saturday's game.
Mhm.
This is happening before our next board meeting. The director of athletics bought it he bought it at the end of the week, and it was brought to my attention, and so I worked through the department to make sure that this was on this resolution, because that's a part of the process that I guess has taken place over the past few years, and so I didn't want that to not be part of this year's Classics game.
Now that makes sense. Can this be revised to read and reflect what it actually is? Because it's not a timer score chaperone. And it does not entitle them to 60/90.
Correct.
So, do we have, I don't
No.
know the rate for an announcer.
No, we don't. Because it's not covered by the WTA contract. Pay the individual what you choose to pay them. Just don't have a resolution that doesn't reflect what reality is.
Okay.
Yeah, but he also does scoring and stuff too. He also does the time and
How you
scoring.
gonna do that in
I don't
talk?
know.
I
I've seen it. I know the person, and he has done it before. He has scored, been a scorer and stuff.
Again, Doc, if the intent is to hire him as the PA person, public address person, the resolution should reflect that. If the intent is to hire him or appoint him as a timer scorer chaperone,
I think he does both.
I think, well, not I think, I was told that this was for the PA, him to be the announcer, the commentator for the game.
which is fine. I guess what I'm trying to say is our resolution needs to reflect.
What he actually is going to do.
I would agree, because there's people who have been approved, and it seems like there has been now for the second year in a row infighting on the proper selection process on who is working what. So if we're just gonna have somebody come in and they work the whole day under that title, then my question would be, is this an act of favoritism or what?
Well, no, again, my thing is, this appointment being made tonight because of the classics makes sense.
Correct.
If the person is being utilized as the PA, public address announcer. Good, proper, right thing to have for a big event this weekend, and going forward for that matter. Just the resolution needs to reflect that. Whatever rate of pay you choose to give a person, that's what you choose to give them.
So
The
since you are a
resolution
business
needs-
official, how much should we give
For what?
to announce?
Him or me?
Well,
him.
You've announced tonight, so.
Right.
I really wouldn't want, I don't know. I haven't given it, I haven't really given that any thought.
And secondly, if it's.
Hold on a second. Is he going to be this announcer for this Saturday, is he going, because it's an all-day event there. Is he doing, or here, doing both?
This is for the classic games on Saturday. I'm going to assume that this conversation took place prior and this came to us, right? And so I followed, what I was informed. Now, what we can do is, great suggestion by Trustee Baker is, since this has taken place in the past, we can find out
What exactly?
what exactly took place in terms of the.
You sure you want to know?
At this point, what I would like is for our scholars and our scholar athletes, in our school district to get what it deserves, as part of that process. But I get what you're saying.
It should be, in terms of rate of pay, it's more than, both games are this person's time on Saturday. If they spend 4 hours, as it's written now, they get $90 for the 4-hour session. Anything above 4 hours, up to a maximum of 8, they get paid an hourly rate, which I believe to be $25 an hour. So basically, if they were there for 8 hours, it would be $200 for Saturday. So if that helps with the rate calculation. That's under what's on the resolution now in terms of rate. If you wanted to pay an individual something for public announcing duties, well, obviously it would need to be more than the minimum wage.
Mr. Wilson, as superintendent.
Yes.
I said to the superintendent, he has done it before, so he can check with athletic director and see what is paid.
Okay. No, me personally, to answer thank you, and answer Mr. Trustee Morris's question, I have no problem with the rate that's here. The 60/90 is standard, typical, fine, and it is what every other, it's the same thing a timer score chaperone would get. Okay? Different duties, same pay, important. My only thing is the resolution need reflect what the person's job is. That's all.
At this point, there's a first and a second on the floor. Are there any other questions or comments? Let the record show that Trustee Brown said she's seen the gentleman doing the job as described in the position box.
You was behind the table when you were doing it?
I know, yeah, I did.
Behind the table?
Yes, I know Mr. Astor, yeah.
Well, he had to keep records because he had
I
to call
saw
out
him
the
work,
numbers.
yes.
Excuse me.
No, he does the scoring too, and he's on the mic and he's like, oh, yes, I saw him do all that.
Excuse me, as an announcer, he has to write down the numbers and stuff,
Yeah,
because
like
he has
he
to
does.
call out the players who got the foul.
Oh, isn't
and,
that
stuff
scorer,
like that.
right?
Right.
So,
That's right.
part of-
Well, that's separate from taking the books, keeping the books in the score. That, yes, you have to know the name of the player by the numbers. So yes, but that's separate. So yes, so right.
So for the purpose of this resolution, are we going to amend it? Are we going to leave it as written?
Well, Ms. Woodson has no problem with the rate, so I wouldn't
Really?
even argue that. I think we should change the position to reflect the actual duties.
Now, Wallace, you said that there is no title?
Oh, no title in the contract, which is.
All right, so let's change it. What should it say?
Public announcer, right?
Public announcer?
Yes, ma'am. Same rate.
You know,
Yes.
for clarification.
Uh-huh.
That, and I mean, it's not our intent just to use them for the classes, it's, we're gonna continue to use this person.
When needed.
Okay, I'm asking.
With all due respect, I just rather get through for Saturday. You know, we can revisit this next week.
No, the reason I was asking that because if it was a one-time use, there should be an end date. If not, leave it open-ended.
Baker Walker.
We can amend
Okay. Now or later?
later. I mean, if we want to add.
Okay, no problem.
Does it say for the classics in there? Does it say the date that he's working?
Nope. It says 25-26 school year. No mention of the classics.
For the classics happening on
We can add that.
January.
No, it's not even gonna be 25-26 school year, that's last year.
25-26 school year.
You're at work, we're not doing
I'm
it.
sorry.
It's
I'm
okay.
getting ahead of myself.
All right.
For January 17th, Martin Luther King Classics, right? Something like that, or classics.
1/17/2026. Martin Luther King Classics.
If you don't go far.
I said we ain't going this year. So
let's say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a slight amendment to 10B12. The employee named herein is recommended for an appointment to the position indicated. Be it resolved upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools that the Board of Education approves the appointment of the employee named herein to the position indicated on 1/17/2026 for the Martin Luther King Classics. First by Baker, second by Walker. Those in favor? Any opposed or abstaining? Count is 6. I believe we've looked at all resolutions for tonight. Is that correct, Wallace?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is there anything else that needs to be voted on? Hearing nothing. Motion to adjourn.
Before we adjourn, being that this is a work session, I do have a question regarding support operations number 1. This is with LLK Consulting Incorporated, an addendum to the consultant contract. Support operations number 1. And with respect to our procurement policy, it says that anything over any contract entered with professional services over $20,000 has to go out to bid. Now, at September 17th, when the Board of Education voted on this, it was at $20,000 maximum. Now, after we have awarded the contract, now we're looking for a $30,000 increase, which my concern then is that we will now be in violation of our policy. And if not, then I'm not understanding if there were other contracts where we made it clear what the procurement policy is and we could not exceed that unless we went forward with a competitive process. So I pose this to the attorney then. Do you think the board can proceed with this without it being any in violation to our policy?
And the reason that you're asking that is you're not sure if it should have been put out for a bid or an RFP?
Yes, because once it's over, according to the policy, the way I interpret it is that once it's over $20,000, it has to go out for an RFP. And then we would have to go with the lowest responsible bidder. But when we awarded it, it was at the limit that the policy sets. Now we're going over that limit by $30,000, asking for a $30,000 increase.
we should look at whether other companies were investigated in terms of whether they could provide it, but this is not up for approval tonight, so there is an opportunity before next week's board meeting for the board, for the district to provide us with that information.
Okay, everyone heard the attorney?
Does it make a difference because it's grant funded?
It's grant funded.
Grant funded
Title II
rather
grant,
than
doesn't matter.
district?
Yeah. It is grant funded, but we'll still need to make sure that the policy
Falls in the grant.
excludes grants, because if not, it should be taken a look at. That doesn't mean that this shouldn't go through. It's very likely or possible that the central administrators have already looked at other companies and determined that this one is the best one. We'll just need them to provide us with information about that before the voting meeting on the 21st. And if all of that checks out, then this could move forward.
Any other questions?
Time to go home.
Motion to adjourn. Walker, questions? Hearing none, all in favor, any opposed or abstaining? The count is 6 at 11:02 p.m. Have a good night, everybody.